right, good to see you guys. Stacy was in here early. King got in here. Rusty, Jason. Would have been here a little sooner, like maybe a minute or two sooner. My dog was wearing his NASCAR hoodie, and it's a little too long in the front, so I usually remember to pull it up. Since I was in a rush, I forgot to, and he just peed all over himself. It was terrible. Sunday's going well. Matthew said he waited on another live to start, never seen before. The guy was British with a super heavy accent. I think I know which guy you're talking about. Did he have like a headset on? Like with a, I think it's like a big mic. I think I know who you're talking about. Gotta find my dog's biting collar. He's eating himself. Guy with a thick southern accent. We can do both. Just got out of the pool in Florida. Yeah, 96. It's a good day to be in the pool. Ate too many Philly cheesesteaks. Is there such a thing? 4.5 pounder, a Philly cheese. Yeah, maybe there is a bit too much. Will SVG win the race today? He was going to be the thumbnail, but the picture they took in front of the naval, like the aircraft carrier, it was too low to the bottom border of the photo, and so the live button would have covered up the image of his car, so it just didn't work. I was just walking through everything, picking up cables, running through Ethernet cables, laptop cables. All right, I went and found my dog's bite collar. So hopefully he will stop eating himself. Troublemaker. Ooh. what you guys are up to. Jason says, happy Father's Day to all the dads. Trisha's kind of down in the dumps. This being her first Father's Day without her dad. Yeah. Anniversaries and holidays are usually tough after losing somebody really close to you. A loved one, family member. Hopefully Trisha's able to have a good day and maybe reflect on the good memories. That's tough. What a great command there from our seaman. Stacy says Brent Cruz will get in Bella's car during the first caution. I actually have a tweet pulled up from Bob Pockris that says just that. Just by pure happenstance. We have everything about set up. Let's see another stat. Kevin Harvick and Austin Hill both won a NASCAR race for RCR 3 races after the tragic deaths of the drivers they took over for. I didn't change anything. You may need to, I don't know, turn up your volume. Good to see you, Pacific Northwest mate. She's doing real estate stuff on her laptop to get her mind off her dad. Sometimes, staying busy is a good way to go about it, and sounds like she's doing something productive at least. Good to see you, Justin. Hope your stream last night went well. I completely forgot if you did go live. I didn't see it. How do you watch the race without getting a scam app? Well, it's on Prime, which isn't a scam, by the way. And I believe they may have a trial, so you can sign up for the trial and watch it through that. Or I want to recommend DD12 second. Or you can go through DD12. So, Austin, follow these instructions. Doing pretty well, Doodlebug. Good to see you. Good to see you. You were in here a lot yesterday. Kyle Bush Doggy. He says he has someone crashing into the water on the first lap. With the way the walls have been moving this week, you wouldn't doubt it, but I bet they have the wall leading to the water pretty reinforced compared to the rest. They should, I don't know. I think they should change the intro song each week. Or just use the original one. Instead of this modern remix. Found the race, that's good, that's good. Don't want anybody to miss the race. Hopefully you enjoy it, Austin. Sounds like Pacific Northwest mate is racing at Road America, or he's watching a race at Road America. We were just talking about Road America the other day. Ah, IndyCar. Lucas is 1 second back. He's not going to catch up. Who do I want to win the race? Ask Austin. Let's actually look at our leaderboard here and see what we can see. Be nice for Zilich to have a good day. He really needs one. Zane Smith has had a lot of bad breaks lately, but a ton of speed. It would be cool if Austin Hill won, just, you know, for the storylines. Corey Heim in the car. It's one of his part-time starts. There are like several guys that it'd be cool if they won. Bowman has a win on a street course, unlike most of the field. And we need to get Kevin Magnussen's number. Magnussen. We don't have the 91. We'll grab that in a second. Jimmy's starting in the hole, but he ran really well in the truck race. But I know this field is a lot more stout than the truck field. I don't know, really anyone but SVG I would be okay with. Well, let me caveat that. SVG's fine. But I don't want Hamlin or Reddick to win. And Reddick actually could. You know, he's had a lot of speed on road courses in the past. Oh, did they crash? I looked away. Power took out Graham Rahal. That's unlucky. The race, it's over? If it was one to go, yeah. I guess Maluka's second. I guess Christian Lundgaard is our winner of the Indy race. I thought about going live for it, but I didn't think it would end in time. And it actually overlapped a little bit. That's what I was afraid of. I didn't want to go live with the Indy stuff and then have to end that stream 15 laps early or something. I have everything pulled up and ready to go. You're impressed with Carson's second position start? So I wish there was a way to do a poll of this, but there's too many options. Who do we think the first person host of our crashes is? Does he overshoot a corner himself, or does he take someone out? We know if we remember back to the Mexico City race at Autodromo Hermanos Rodriguez, he got into a few people. One of those being Ricky Stenhouse. So I'm wondering who it might be today. Who is going to be in the eye of the storm? I was watching an in-car. I wasn't watching the actual broadcast, so I didn't see the wreck of Will Power there at the end and Graham Rahal. Let me go ahead and grab that 91. It would also be like, I just want to see what Kevin can do. I mean, 21st is not bad. If he can pick up some pace over the course of the race, especially in stage 1, maybe hold position, stage 2, move up, and then stage 3, make a charge to the front. That'd be neat. So there are a lot of different storylines out here. Zilich just really needs a good day. He's had a rough year. About one of the worst rookie years we've seen in a long time. Pacific Northwest wants Bubba to crash. Kyle Busch, Doggy, says he wants Carson to crash Shane. That would be wild. Carson into SVG. First turn. We could see a car go in the wall. I feel like that wall is probably reinforced more than the others. If it's not, then we might be in trouble. I'm wondering if we're going to break a toe link going over these bumps, especially when the car goes airborne, all 4 tires off the ground. We could definitely break a toe link. I got our manufacturers pulled up. Get these columns sorted. That's not too bad. Let's move it out back a little bit. Yeah. Now we're looking good. Rusty says he thinks tire wear is going to be an issue. I think you're right. I think you're right. Willpower kind of dumped Rahal NASCAR style. I was watching an onboard of Malukas, so I didn't see that crash in the last lap. Wonder who's going to be the first one to take off like an airplane. Ryan Brees style off the turn 2 jump. I've really enjoyed seeing all the edited photos of Kyle Larson going over the jump. I mean, completely authentic images. See the USO on a few different cars today. That's cool. Let's go ahead and grab Kevin's number. I keep forgetting. Go here, go to the NASCAR website, and check in. If you're a member of the NASCAR Fan Rewards program, now is your time to check in. Get those free points. Send 21st. Inspect. Save image as, car images, bang. And let me go back to my leaderboard. Do we have it? There we go. There's the 91. So we are sorted on our end. It will be interesting to see if Jimmie Johnson can take advantage of that extra track time he had. We've seen these legacy guys have a lot of speed over the last few weeks, but not a really great starting position for them. And it seems like the Hendrick guys have just given up on road course speed with this Gen 7 car. Looks like maybe they're putting all their points in the 1.5 basket. Yeah, Jamie had a really rough day on Friday. It looked like he was just going to beat Clint Boyer until he knocked down the wall. But yeah, Rusty said he thinks tire wear is going to be an issue. That's something to look out for. Tires were cording in practice, so we could have issues with that. So keep an eye on it. Keep an eye on it. The asphalt to old new concrete's hard to develop a tire to fit those conditions. Yeah. Yeah, we have some freshly paved portions of the track. Then we also have some rough concrete portions. Out of Jamie, Brennan gone, Jimmie Johnson, it seems like Jimmie was the only one that had to come back and that would like to come back and run truck and O'Reilly stuff. I hope he does. Jimmy said next year's 500 will be his last Cup start, but he didn't rule out running in lower series. And if things had gone a little different, Jimmy might have been up there battling for the win. Strategy just did not play out for them. All right, SVG to the lead. Carson Hocevar second. 3 wide further back. Dog is not happy. If the stream randomly shuts off, it's because he won't stop running back and forth under my desk. That 5 car looks really good. That patriotic scheme that they were supposed to run yesterday in the O'Reilly race. Corey Day wrecked the primary. Ooh, some contact there between Suarez and Zane Smith. That was close. Good catch there for Zane Smith. And Zilich and Priest entering the chicane side by side. That's risky. And now McDowell fighting with Zilich. Most of our not too far back from Shane Still. Hamilton says, let's go California dreaming, boys. For sure, he also said he was out to lunch in a modified and just doesn't have the will to keep racing. Rather help Carter. Some guys just lose the spark. You know, these guys are ultra competitive, so when they lose that edge, for some guys, it's hard to keep racing. They don't want to run around mid-pack. Still very close. The timing on the Prime broadcast is a bit off. Austin Dillon around early. I don't know if he has a flat left rear. I wish they would zoom in on it. Yeah, Austin Dillon around early. He's going to have to come from behind. Let me go to J-Ski and see what our estimated fuel window is for today's race. Busher and Zilich side by side. Pull up my notepad. So, Austin Dillon, with some help from AJ Allmendinger, no caution. He's going to lose a lot of ground there. Yeah, they're keeping it close, and it's so hard to judge with SVG whether or not he's running all out or if he's just letting guys burn their stuff up. Because whenever he's out front, he doesn't look like he's pushing it. And that's when I start to worry. Carson Hocevar's looking to the inside, though. Carson Hocevar to the lead. The Hurricane to the lead, and Blaney is pressuring now. SVG's just sandbagging. All right, SVG going to look to the inside again. SVG back to the lead. Looks like Carson just cooked it a bit too much into the corner. Lou says, hey, good to see you again, Lou. Lou says they are going with Zane Smith. Not a bad call. Had a lot of speed. Second half of the first half of the season. Good way to say it. That team's definitely moving in the right direction. Carson back to fourth place. Going to fall off quite a bit. Not really able to keep up. Blaney's no slouch on the road courses. Maybe we could see him get up here. I just think SVG, I just have a feeling he's toying with everyone right now. Also, these guys have to be a little worried about their tires cording. Could we see a tire failure bring out our first caution? Most of our back to fourth and under attack for, or back to fifth, under attack for sixth. Hocevar has a problem. So Blaney temporarily to the lead. We'll see how long this takes. So SVG saying he has no rear grip. Now, what does that mean for SVG? Ryan Preece around SVG. Not spinning. Just around. Interesting. So maybe the Chevy guys will struggle today. It's crazy. The Prime leaderboard still has SVG in the lead. The scoring and timing this weekend has been horrible. Actually horrible. All right, so we still don't have an estimated fuel window. Estimated time of race, 2 hours, 56 minutes. We'll see if that holds true. Let me see if Mr. Matthew posted a replay of Austin Dillon around. He did. That's my guy. That's my guy. Here's a replay of the Austin Dillon spin. Some contact there. A lot of contact on the track. We've already had several saves. Incidents that could have been spins. But AJ just gets in there a little deep, and maybe Dillon didn't take the line he thought he would. That's not going to make any It's not going to make a friend, I guess, out of Austin Dillon. 40 seconds back from last place right now. Not great. He is running better lap times than Eric Jones and Jimmy Johnson. He has clean track. 221 compared. Oh my goodness, our lap times are really slow. I think everyone's kind of watching the tires here. If you look at our lap times today versus our lap times even the last couple days, I mean, they're 5 seconds off the pace right now. That's crazy. So the Gen 7 cars are slower around this track than I think even the trucks. That's wild. That's the car that's supposed to be better on road courses. And it's struggling here. The Red Bull wings, it's extra downforce. Christian said Austin Dillon made a mistake. He should have waited for the caution. I can't get it refired. How many times have we seen a car have trouble getting refired? And as soon as they throw the caution, they get it refired. It's wild to me that... Uh-oh, Jimmy Johnson, pretty major contact. This may be our first caution of the day. Okay, it is refired. Looks like he hit the tire barrier. What? I think he Sam Mayered the inside wall. I don't know if we're going to have a caution for this. Perhaps no caution, no replay. Maybe an onboard. How about that? He said something broke. That's disappointing. Well, I'm not going to change the thumbnail. Craig says, who's in the lead? Right now, Ryan Blaney. Up there. Yeah, SVG had the lead early. Hocevar took it for like 2 turns, and then SVG took it back, and then now Ryan Blaney and Ryan Preece have gotten by SVG. And Ryan Blaney has a 3-second gap on the field right now. I am just shocked how slow our lap times are right now compared to the O'Reilly car and the truck. Like, these are back of the pack times compared to what the O'Reilly guys were running. This is crazy. And that's their best lap, too. It's like Blaney, the last lap around, turned his fastest. That's actually wild. So he's not really having trouble yet with the tires. We'll see how long everyone else's can hold on. We did have issues with cording in practice. Any surprises back here? Noah Gragson's still alive. We'll see how long that lasts. Chase not doing well. Denny back here not doing well. Even Kevin back here 25th in his one-off appearance in that 91 machine. Ross not doing well. Yeah, we have a lot of big names pretty far back in the pack. Reddick back here. We don't have any road courses in the chase, so I don't think the teams care as much about running well here. Like, sure, it's good for points to get into the chase, but if you're pretty safe, this race really doesn't matter that much. So William Byron our second best HMS guy. He's in 19th. Kyle Larson, 9th. Suarez is close to Larson. We'll see what happens there. SVG by Priest. There's still plenty of laps left in this first stage. Caution on lap 20, so... And there's plenty of time for SVG to run Ryan back down. The balance may have come back around for him, or maybe everyone else's just fell off. Busher had a pretty good lap there. 21.6 compared to 21.8 there. 21.9 for SVG. So Busher has speed. We'll see if he can run this lap over lap. Yeah, Busher's already gotten by Hocevar, so Busher now in 7th. And he's going to go to work here on Zane Smith very soon. I would be surprised if it's this lap. Busher gets by Zane Smith. What's up with the in-season challenge stuff coming up? So they see the teams, and it's just a head-to-head finish. Whoever finishes higher out of that competition that week, they move on. So you might have a deal like last year where Ty Dillon moves all the way to pretty much the final round, if not the final round. It was wild. Every guy Ty Dillon went up against had a bad week up until he got eliminated. It was wild. And it's for $1 million, I believe. So it's a nice little bonus. NASCAR kind of has a lull built into the schedule in the summer. You know, in the beginning, things are still fresh. It's a new season. You have hope. You have optimism. Then the summer stretch hits. A lot of guys that were hot early in the season cool off. And then a lot of guys that are doing bad just keep doing bad. And it's just monotonous. And then we get a little past that summer stretch. It's about 5 to 6 races in the summer. And then we move into the, you know, postseason portion of the schedule, our 10-race chase. Then things pick back up in a serious way. And really, they pick back up heading into the chase, you know, watching the cut line. Who's going to miss? Who's going to make it? Bubba Wallace has gotten by SVG. How about that? And right now, I don't know if his setup's just better or what it was, but right now, Bubba Wallace might have our fastest lap. Almost a 21 flat. Does anyone have a better lap? 20. Oh. Ty Gibbs almost, but he's fallen off 3 seconds. Chase Elliott down pit road. Tyler Reddick down pit road. So it seems like green flag pit stops have started here at the San Diego Coronado Naval Base Street Circuit. Whatever you want to call it. I know the official name is Qualcomm Street Circuit, but nah. No one knows it as that. AJ doesn't have a bad fastest lap, but he's fallen off quite a bit. And Austin Dillon's best lap is a 2:19. My goodness, if Austin Dillon had track position, he might be a force to be reckoned with. 2:19 for Austin Dillon. That's actually crazy. I don't think there's anyone else that's running under a 221. If that's accurate, that's insane. He's running a 222 right now. Pretty clean track in front of him, if I had to guess. Tyler Reddick, next car coming up, who is already pit, by the way, so. That's crazy. What's for dinner tonight? For me or for you? For me, I don't know. I'm broke. I'm gonna have sleep for dinner. Maybe a can or a pack of tuna. In fact, there are only 8 laps in this race, and it feels like we've been racing for an hour already. We've almost been live for an hour. All right, Larson off the track. And on to pit road. It would be wild if someone was coming down pit road and another car hit the pit wall and knocked the wall into the car on pit road. It's unlikely, but it is possible. That 22 car is almost the thumbnail. That's a good-looking car. It had a good photo. It was a good angle. Almost. Tires and chassis adjustments for sure on Reddick. And Reddick was struggling. So was Chase. So I'm not sure what the fuel window is. J-Ski doesn't have one mentioned. I don't know if you guys have heard a fuel window. I'm just wondering if anyone can make it to the end, or if they even feel safe enough to try to stretch it to the end. Braxton getting service right now. That 4 team's just a weird remnant from the Rick Ware days. Rush Truck Centers at 4 on the side. Even though Haas still exists. Gregson just took one of the teams, one of the charters, and went to front row with it. No caution yet is crazy after watching the race yesterday. I think they're aware of that, but also, my goodness, Bubba is cooking right now. 220. And Buescher at a 219. I think these guys maybe know they're coming in soon, so they're pushing really hard. So 219.6 for Buescher. What was the Austin Dillon lap at? 219.5. So Austin Dillon still has the fastest lap of the race, it looks like. Blaney down pit road now. So does anyone try to pit again to flip the stage, or do we just not worry about that today? Since it looks like everyone's going to at least stop once here. SVG's not too far back from Wallace. May overtake him here. Yeah, I think guys might be taking it easy compared to the last few days. Plus, typically these Cup guys are better drivers, you know, in terms of keeping it clean. You know, you can have a wreck fest in the truck race. You can have a wreck fest in the O'Reilly race. And then the Cup race might only have, you know, 3 cautions. So Cole Custer running the ATM scheme. The automated teller machine. I mean, Texas A&M University. I hate the Aggies. I hate the Aggies. But they do have George H.W. Bush on the side. Interesting, they would have him on the car. The CIA, they're watching. SVG all over the back of Bubba Wallace. All over the back of him. Heard they suck at bonfires? Their midnight yell, or whatever they call it, is a really weird cultist tradition. To go in the stadium and practice cheering. It's so flamboyant. Maybe, 30, 40 years ago, it was neat. But nowadays, in the age of social media, in the age of cringe, and trying to avoid cringe, I think we may have lost the need for the midnight yell. Busher has caught up a lot. He's been flying. SVG here to the inside. He's going to have the advantage here in the left-hander if Bubba can stay even, which he cannot. SVG back to the lead. Can Busher pounce here? All right, Busher's also going to clear, so Bubba Wallace back to third. As fast as Xfinity 5G right now. Let's see what Busher does here. He's been running really clean laps, but now SVG has clean track ahead of him. Stenhouse about to stop on track. This will probably be our first caution unless he can get it refired. Caution is out. Caution is out for AJ Allmendinger. I was about to type in my notes, Ricky Stenhouse dead on track, but that doesn't sound good. Stopped on track. That's a better way to say it. That's a better way. It's a shame whenever we lose the Arby's car. I watched Josh Bilicki run 34 laps off the pace, around 34 laps off the pace at Bristol, and he didn't even have an incident. The car wasn't broken. It just sucked. It was about every 5 to 8 laps he was getting lapped. It was actually insane. Sometimes less. Imagine running every lap and finishing 34 laps off the pace. Marco, welcome. Bubba Wallace was just in the lead. He lost it right before the caution came out, but he's still up here with our leaders. And Bubba's our best running Toyota right now, so you have a lot to cheer for right now. This running order is really shaken up right now because you have some guys who have not pit yet. And then you have guys who just came down pit road that'll probably cycle to the lead. This might be a best case scenario for the field. Because SVG still needs to pit. He's probably going to come down here. And a lot of guys have already pit. So that will cycle SVG pretty deep in the field. You know, maybe somewhere mid-pack. Maybe worse. Ensure that, you know, that tire deficit will work in SVG's favor. But You know, it's still not the easiest thing to pass here, you know, on a street circuit. There's generally one preferred groove, and that's it. You just have to make your passes in or out of the braking zones. Cheering from Tuscany, 11 p.m. This race might end at 11 p.m. our time. Our time. It might be daybreak by the time it ends for you. But things are going pretty well right now. We've made 12 laps pretty quickly. That's our first caution just for Stenhouse. And Bell's out of the car. So Bell out of car, Brent Cruz in. Yeah, SVG just looks so smooth. You know, you hardly ever see the rear end step out. You see that with a lot of other drivers. You hardly ever see him twitch with the steering wheel. He's just out there making laps. And whenever I see that, you know, even if another driver is able to stay right on his bumper, let's say at a place like Watkins Glen, at a place like Sonoma, I get worried. I'm like, oh dear, like, I know it looks close. Like, oh man, one move and that guy chasing him, Bush or whoever, they could get the lead. I know, I don't know for sure, but you know, I'm pretty sure that SVG isn't going 100%. And these other guys are running 105% just to keep up. They're burning their stuff up. You see it a lot with SVG on these road course races, street circuit races. When he's not gapping the field towards the end of a run, towards the end of a stage, towards the end of the race, he's usually just running his pace. And if the field can keep up with him, that's fine for him. He doesn't care. He's just running his race. The other guys, they might get by him temporarily. They might even, or they may just get to his bumper. They'll run that way for a few laps, and then that car just dies. It just falls off the pace because they have burnt their brakes up. They burnt their tires up, trying to keep up with SVG, just running his race. Not trying to push it, not 105%, not 110%. Just kind of getting around the track. He's so smooth. All the top 10 have already pitted. That no. Ryan Blaney has pit. I don't know if anyone else has. I think Blaney's been down. Priest has been down. Denny might have stayed out, to be honest, considering where he's running. Same with maybe Nemechek. So it's a really mixed bag on who's pitting, who hasn't. All right, a lot of our leaders staying out. So SVG staying on track. Looks like Buescher staying with him. The first cars coming down is Hill and Keselowski. I like this call. I think SVG and these guys at the front know if they pit now, they would have cycled towards the rear, and they would have been in a really bad position for stage points, number one, but also just buried back there. Because they would probably need to come in again at the end of the stage. So a good strategy call at the front. SVG did not take the bait that we were hoping he would. But we're going to have a head-to-head here. What can Chris Buescher do with SVG? Does he have anything for him? He has a faster best lap. So the potential is there, but the best lap isn't everything. It's about your average lap. Let me show you guys this. Austin Dillon, 2:19.5. That's the fastest lap of the race, I believe. Yeah. So Austin Dillon down here in 30th position has our Xfinity fastest lap at the moment. Pretty insane. That's right. Brent Cruz and Bell switched. I thought SVG would come in there, but it sounds like it looks like they're just going to stay out on the old tires. they were still running, 219, around 219, 220, which a lot of these guys on fresh tires weren't able to make that lap time. So these guys at the front, I mean, they're going to be under the gun, but they may not really face much pressure as long as they can run their consistent lap times. Then they would have a tire advantage going into stage 2. SVG, a pro sandbagger, that's real. That is real. Well, we're going to have a good little run to the end here. We might get the race restarted this time by, or it may be coming to lap 15. We'll have to see. Yeah, it looks like we're going to restart coming to lap 15. Field is stacked back up. They just have to go past the choose cone. Every year at COTA in Vegas, we might have seen each other. Marco, I've been to Circuit of the Americas. Went there in, I think, 23. Might have been earlier. It may have been 22. Who knows? Maybe we were sitting right next to each other, Marco. I'm ready for this thing to go back green. I am really interested to see what these guys can do on new tires compared to those that have stayed out. Plus, can Buescher fight with SVG here? Somehow, Jimmy Johnson still on the lead lap, barely. We'll see where it shakes out here in a moment. SVG is such a breath of fresh air as a driver. He's usually chill, but last week he was pretty ticked off about those Italian hands. The priest is making Italian hands at me out the window. I'm guessing that's what he means, Italian hands. What, Marco, does that have... We have an actual Italian here. Is that what that means? I'm not, like, I know that's what we would think it means, but what does SVG think it means? That's the biggest question. Because I couldn't really see what Priest was doing out the window. I could see him gesture, but I didn't know, what he was going for. I don't know if Priest commented on that, but I thought it was hilarious. All right, SVG with a great restart. At 3 wide further back. We're going to stay pretty clean, much cleaner. Oh, 4 wide. Going into this next left-hander, Denny's going to back out of it wisely. That was really smart. Denny's got his, I think, Bob's Furniture scheme. I believe that's the sponsor. And a tiny USO associate sponsor on the front as well. So that makes at least a few USO cars in the field with USO on the front of Alex Bowman's car. I'm going to be taking a look at that diecast. All right, so Buescher has managed to run SVG back down. They're pretty close together. Blaney's in fourth. Let's see how or if Blaney can sort through this traffic. Plenty of time. This is a long track, so Blaney can methodically pick these guys off. Bubba's really aggressive there, trying to get by Buescher. I mean, SVG is just not pushing it right now. I think that's smart. We heard of tires cording in practice. We haven't really seen that be an issue today yet. But for a guy who said early in the race that he has no rear grip, SVG is running very well. You know, when he says the car is trash, he probably means it's a third place car at the worst. That's good to hear, Marco. Yeah, we love hanging out and talking NASCAR and following along with these races. I have a gnat in my face. Blaney was looking to the inside there of SVG. Blaney's going to force the issue there on the outside. He's staying up alongside of him. Blaney with the momentum here. All right, Blaney to the lead. So Blaney should probably pace himself here on these fresh tires. There's still enough time left in this stage for SVG to run him back down. Not saying that will happen. We don't know what SVG's car is going to do on this extended run. All right, will anyone flip the stage? Will SVG maybe flip the stage? It would be wild if a... Oh, Priest gonna get into SVG there. More contact. Whoa, oh, oh, oh! SVG gonna give the chrome horn to Priest there. That's gonna cost Priest a ton of time. Now Larson's up alongside of him. So Priest is gonna lose 2 spots there in that transaction. SVG's usually such a calm guy, but that was very close. Storm78 says William Byron got this. We will see. You know, he's running the Anduril car. Anduril is sponsoring this race. It's the Anduril 250 Race the Base. So, if he's going to win a race, this would be the one to win. You have a lot of eyes on your sponsor. All right, so Priest and Larson both getting by SVG. Ooh. Looks like SVG had that right rear hang out on him a bit. I don't know if he didn't make contact. Maybe a little tank slapper. May have just been the camera angle. SVG's pushing it just a bit further than everybody else right now in terms of how close he's getting to the wall. So all these guys on fresh tires are barely outrunning SVG. That's actually insane. Yeah, Blaney's he's running fast, but that's on relatively fresh tires compared to what SVG has. It's impressive SVG was able to stay up there as long as he was. Look at that. So there is a bit more speed in these cars. That's a 217. That's better. So that's probably our fastest lap of the race. SVG down. SVG is flipping the stage. Bubba Wallace also down. Busher on pit road. McDowell, Zane Smith. You've seen how important tires are here. So those guys out front will be in trouble at the start of stage 2 if they do not pit. I didn't see the tires. I was typing my notes. Is Blaney actually faster? Was everyone else sandbagging a little? The pace has picked up. Larson now has our fastest lap of the race at a 217. Almost flat. Was a second faster than Blaney on that lap. And that's Ryan Preece, not too far off the pace. So it seems like guys are just conserving their tires. They know at a certain point they can push it. They may have, the crews may have gotten a good look at the tires during their first stop, so they know how hard they can push it now, especially in a shorter run. And with how hard they're running, I would not be shocked if these guys that are leading are going to come down and pit here under the stage caution, because they really are burning their stuff up right now. Preece has gotten by Larson. Interesting. So 2-4. Oh, no, a lost wheel. Who was it? You picked a fine time to leave me loose, wheel. Who? Is it really Bubba? Is it really Bubba Wallace? Is this really Bubba Wallace? It is. Bubba, he's lost a few wheels with this Gen 7 car. I watched him lose one right in front of me at Circuit of the Americas years ago. It was the first year of the Gen 7. So it looks like Ryan Blaney will be our stage winner. That's so rough. The underbody is so important on this Gen 7 car. This can't be good for it. Oh, he's just going to cut the chicane here. NASCAR should make him stop and go there. That's rough. Right at the end of the stage, he was with the leaders running, top 3, top 4. And the wheels have literally fallen off for Bubba Wallace and that 23 team. Still plenty of time to come back. He had a fast car. That right side is going to be a little shaved down. Bubba's very familiar now with losing tires. It's in reverse. He had the gun in reverse. That's no good. Well, that is a suspension for that tire changer and the crew chief, right? How long was the race last night? Yeah, almost 5 hours. Our stream went 5 hours, I think. But, you know, we always start a little before we go green. I'm about to just suck this gnat up once and for all. It just orbits me. I don't see them anywhere else, but they're in here. I don't know, maybe they come in through the window. Yep. Yep. Bubba has a he had a rough break there, but he just has to stay calm here. There's plenty of time. This is a long race, and he had a fast car, so he could definitely easily come back and get a top 15 or something, if not better, if the underbody is not too damaged. Big if. Yeah, this isn't even a 5-lug system. It's one single lug, and we still have teams occasionally fail to do that. They've talked about this I-bar multiple times. Multiple times. Yeah, the 5-lug system is awesome. During next gen testing, they did initially have a 5-lug variant of the Gen 7. But that was short-lived. And you can find some images of that online. I'm not really sure what this 2311 crew is doing. I guess Bubba's being held for a lap, maybe? Because of the losing a wheel? My dog hears the dog in the Red Bull commercial, and it's making him angry. No. No. It's okay, buddy. He knows what a jingling collar sounds like. So no replay there from Mr. Matthew of the lost tire. Oh, it'd be sports on Prime. That's right. No, nothing yet. That's fine. Let's look back at our leaderboard and see if there's anything we notice. So the leaderboard is really shaken up right now. We have guys that pit around lap 10. We have guys that have stayed out. And we also have guys that just flipped the stage. So things are really shaken up right now. You know, SVG currently scored back there in 27th. He will probably filter back towards the lead. Maybe not all the way to the lead, but probably close, if not. Depends on how many people pit here. And Jimmy Johnson's still out there on the lead lap, getting it done. Not very quickly, but good job, Jimmy. I'm afraid this is as far as we'll see Byron and Bowman get today. It's just not a great day for the Hendrick guys if your name is not Larson, which has been several weeks out of the year. Where do I stream? Yeah, I watch it on Prime. Pacific Northwest Maid said he's so glad Bubba lost a wheel. Can't stand him or respect him at all. There are a fair amount of people that share that opinion. All right, Ryan Blaney, our stage 1 winner. So William Byron got a stage point there. Bowman just going to miss out. That's painful. I mean, it doesn't really matter for him. Bowman doesn't need them at this point. It's over. It's so over for him. All right, so our stage 1 results. Ryan Blaney, Ryan Priest, 2 Fords out front. Kyle Larson, 3rd. 4th, Ty Gibbs. 5th, AJ Allmendinger. 6th, Todd Gilliland. 7th, Carson Hocevar. 8th, Joey Logano. 9th, Connor Zilic. And 10th, William Byron. We have a really mixed up running order right now. So Chris Buescher right now has track position over SVG. So even if these guys cycle to the lead, Chris Buescher will probably be our leader. Interesting. I wonder if you could use a VPN and connect to an American server and watch the race through Prime. Like, I know DD12 works really well, so it may not be worth the effort. Well, okay, so let's explain exactly what happened with the noose. Bubba had nothing to do with the initial discovery and reporting of it. Okay, it was a very complex situation. It was during the whole, 2020 summer. We'd already had a lot of protests, violent protests, I would say. Burning of cities in regards to what happened with George Floyd. We had the COVID stuff going on, so the world was just in a spin at the time. People were on edge. It was NASCAR's first race back with fans. I was there that weekend. It was me. I did it. No, it was a team member that saw it and reported it. At least that's what I recall. It was either a team member or some official saw it and reported it. Someone there was convinced, I think maybe by the SPLC, I can't remember who set this in action, brought in the FBI to start this whole investigation up. The story got out about it. The only thing Bubba really did wrong, and I mean, that depends on your definition of wrong, is he went on CNN and made a big deal about it, when at the end of the day, it turned out to completely be a fake story. It was just a pull rope that had been there since the garage was built. Some guy saw a pull rope, and that was his first thought was, oh, that's a noose. So Bubba didn't have anything to do with the discovery of it, the reporting of it. It was just his reaction to it that I think is a valid criticism, but everything else, it wasn't his fault that he was involved in that. And it probably never would have happened if the rest of the other variables weren't in play. What was going on in the world at that time? I mean, NASCAR's been around a long time, and we've never had a situation like that, and we haven't since. And I think it was a very nuanced situation. Jason says he doesn't want Arby's cheesesteaks for a long time. Yeah, sometimes you just eat too much and it just makes you sick at your stomach. Blaney coming down. Looks like a lot of the guys have hit pit road. Ryan Preece staying out, actually. We'll see how this plays out. I mean, I wouldn't doubt NASCAR even pushed Bubba to react that way, because for years NASCAR was trying to be as progressive as they could. They were trying to shed that Southern roots image that they have, and it seems like that backfired on them. And so now that they're saying this year is hell yeah, they're trying to lean more into that. It's a cycle. It's a cycle. They banned political stuff from the Daytona infield. They literally had a dude's razor blading off bumper stickers. That's crazy. Where do we stream from? Well, this is from Amazon Prime. That's where we stream from. But the less authentic way to get it is through DD12. And so that's why we recommend DD12 to people that come in here. Or like, yeah, where specifically? Just the state? Oh yeah, we are all over. Some of us in the southern U.S. We have people from the Midwest, like Indiana, Pennsylvania. We have people from New Zealand tune in. Just all over. Ireland. We had a guy from Ukraine. And we still have a guy from Russia that he's not here for a lot of the lives, but he'll comment on stuff. He's active in... Oh, to come visit next February? Oh, anywhere you want, Marco. Anywhere you want. If you want to go to New York City, I will gladly escort you around. Or DC. It'll be cold. If you want to go up north, it will be cold. But, yeah, February, that's around the time of the 500. Make our way to Daytona. I get around, Marco. I get around. You're a smart man, Marco. I enjoy New York City, but I'm aware of its flaws. There are people, maybe New Yorkers, maybe just tourists that are obsessed with it. They completely overlook the downsides of the city. They pretend like there aren't any. There are, but man, do I love the pizza. Texas people. A lot of friends out in Texas. Friends and... I have a few friends, and then a lot of acquaintances, I would say. Tennessee. Yeah, Tennessee's a good compromise. February, the Christmas stuff might still be up in Gatlinburg, Tennessee. If you would like to come tour the Smoky Mountains, maybe see a bit of Nashville. Even though, even in Tennessee in February, it's going to be cold, you know. West Coast and South. Pizza in the New York City way. So this is the truth. One of the reasons why New York City pizza is so unique to the rest of the world, even when they try to make it New York style, it's the minerals in the water. They just have a specific formulation of water, whether it's like a harder or soft or whatever it is, that makes the dough come out the way it does. So pizza in the wrong way, we will just have to see. I haven't visited Italy. I was very close. Been to Monaco and along the French Riviera. So we were close. But I haven't had pizza on the shores of Italy. So I guess I haven't lived. 20 laps in an hour and a half. This is going to be a long race, probably 7 hours at least. I said it would be the 9 hours of Naval Base, and we haven't even had a red flag yet. Ryan Preece out here with the lead. Zilich looking to the inside. I think Junior just said that backwards. He said Preece was going to take the spot away. Zilich out front now. Can Zilich stretch this lead a bit, because SVG is not too far back? Guy on freshest tires, it would be Buescher right now in 5th position. We have a few guys that are on 4-lap old tires right now. I think 4, maybe, well, it might be 6 race laps actually. This would be 7. King says he's having sushi tonight. Probably gonna have Mexican. There's a bunch of Mexican food in the refrigerator. I think I'm supposed to eat it. I want McDonald's. Not gonna get it though. Not gonna get it. The cars look so funny and restarts jumping down the hill. It is crazy that they jump down that big hill right off the restart, because the cars are still really packed up, then they get really light and then slam back down onto the track. I mean, we've been really lucky. The biggest accident there so far has been the Mare incident, right? 14th to March 18th, including 2 NASCAR events, Coda and Vegas. Around Laguna Seca area. Maybe. I know King would probably like to get out to Vegas. Depends on if we could find decent flights. I like Vegas for what it is. When I was there, I didn't do any gambling. I just like the lights, the nighttime vibes. Oh no! Buescher around right in front of SVG. That's going to stack up the field. Buescher's actually going to keep it going, but he has damage now to the front of the car. We didn't wreck. Everyone was able to get it woed down. And Buescher actually held most of his track position. He only lost like 1 position out of that, I think. That is insane. What was that? That's all right. Jason said his cousin Chad makes homemade sushi, and oh my goodness, it's so good. Chastain just snuck through there. Buescher has a little contact with the inside wall there, and it looked like the splitter might have been a bit out of position. That's a little, yeah, that may affect the downforce a bit. All right, Zillage still with the lead. Priest not letting him go. Third is Austin Hill. Right now they have a pretty good gap back to Riley Herbst, and that incident has bought that lead pack quite a bit of time. They have 7 seconds back to Herbst, 8 seconds back to Chastain. And then the big threat, SVG, 12.5 seconds back. He's looking to the inside of McDowell here. He's going to make the pass. So move SVG up to 7th place. Buescher and Herbst side by side. So Herbst is really falling off quickly. They may have to spend a little time there under the caution period to fix the front end of Buescher's car. Also, SVG has a little damage to the right front. They might be able to pop that back into place. So I would not be too concerned about that yet. And we also saw how damaged Caden Honeycutt's truck was and how well he was able to stay going. Heard we moved a wall 8 feet yesterday in that accident. Also heard someone say it's the way the O'Reilly race went. Might put someone in the ocean today. We actually had, who was that said that? Someone was saying we might get someone in the ocean earlier. Now, I've heard people talk about that for weeks, especially with the track design. Right here, they run all along the edge of the water next to that aircraft carrier. Let's see who said it. Kyle Busch Doggy. That's who said it. They said we might get someone in the ocean. And Christian said SVG versus RFK today. The only one who hasn't yet got it is Brad. Well, and I don't know how likely that is. Trust me, I would love if Brad Keselowski won the race. Jimmy's still on the lead lap. Running pretty far off the pace there, though. 6 seconds off of Ricky Stenhouse. Bubba currently scored 2 laps down, but he's running quite a bit faster than the guys ahead of him, directly ahead of him. I think that damage to the right front may have hurt that car. 221. He could possibly run top 30, but things are not going well for him. Maybe he's just stuck mid-pack. We can't really tell where exactly he is right now because we don't have an interval. We just have the lap count. Last lap of Zilich and Priest in the thousands. That last one was close. Is Bubba still on track or retired? He is still on track. Just 2 laps down. He's currently shown as running. Yeah, I know you guys can't see that. Let me move it out of the way. He is still running. Could I be Vanna White? What's that show she was on? Wheel of Fortune? Yeah. Boop, boop, boop. Yeah, look how close that lap was. So Zilich and Priest are running really close lap times. Zilich does have a bit of a gap. Let's see what Priest's lap comes in at. That's actually a second difference. I thought they were both ran 2:16s. Zilich may have the fastest lap of the race here. If this is accurate, 2:15. These guys have been holding out on us. Bubba has a 2:16 to his name. Ryan has a 2:16, almost a 2:17, really. Then Ty Gibbs at a 2:16. And no one else at a 2:15, if this is real. I don't trust the scoring data today. Should you call into the post-race show as Hulk Hogan? Depending on how late this race goes, I'm not sure. I mean, I will probably still do the post-race, but it has been a long weekend. Yeah, Jimmy's just out there making laps. He's having a good old time. 2:18, the last lap. That was a lot better. That was a lot. So I guess Jimmy might still be having braking issues. Like, they may legitimately have an issue on that car. Because 2:18 is not bad. I mean, that would put him up here in the top 30 at least. That's interesting. Yeah, Jimmy might have a problem that's leading him to blow these corners. They said they've been struggling with the brakes all weekend. We know it's not just the track. I mean, Jimmy ran a pretty good race at on Friday. It fell apart in the second half, but first half was pretty good. Last lap, he ran another 2:15. Zilich is flying right now. And I believe this is on older tires. So Zilich right now, class of the field. He's gap Priest. The gap is now up to 4 seconds, this interval here. I see that update when they come around for the next lap. All right, we should see some pit stops here shortly. Also, Cody's not last. I'm always pulling for the little engine that could. Also, Cody Ware was the original Arby's car, so I have some love for him there. I race as Cody Ware when I'm online in NASCAR 25. Not a great race for Magnussen. Not a great race. Look at this. William Byron and Chase Elliott holding it down, and not in a good way. That's updated. Maybe as a result of pit stops. But William Byron now scored 23rd. Alex Bowman 25th. But Chase Elliott, the guy who was the road course king before the Gen 7 era, now not even in the top 20. Maybe they can turn it around. There's still plenty of time in this race. So Hill, he's 2 seconds slower than SVG, so he's going to get run down here. But he was a bit faster than Priest that last lap, so maybe he can catch Priest before SVG catches him, but they may be coming up on a stop here. Waiting to see if these guys are going to hit pit road. OG Arby's car was actually Balicki. I was there for that. But that was a one-off. Cody Ware ran the Arby's car a few times. I was actually just talking about that earlier. I think he ended up going like 34 laps down or something. It was crazy. My dad at one point mentioned, he said, how many Arby's cars are on track? He said that's probably what the leader is thinking. It looks like Brent Cruz may have blown up. We are under caution. That's going to kill our strategy here. We were going to have green flag pit stops, and now nothing. So, back before I messed this up, it would say just down 3. But I guess I have an error in the data field that adds on the S, to indicate seconds. And it just doesn't know how to deal with these whole numbers, negative whole numbers. I should add in something where it's like, if negative, don't add the S. Like something along those lines to fix it. But Bubba's going to get a lap back there with this caution. So that 20 car not going to get a good finish here, points-wise. Seems like he's probably going to finish dead last. I mean, there's no way they can get that car back out there. In a couple laps, Bubba's going to pass him, so Bell will be credited with a last place finish for today. And Jimmy Johnson just steadily working his way up the leaderboard. But he's got motion. He's moving. Chase Elliott back in the top 30. Look at him go. Byron up to 22nd. Bowman not running very well. Man, Zilich did not want that stage to end. He was killing it. So let me show you guys this. This is actually from that 2024 Bristol race. The starting screen and what I'm about to show you guys next, pardon the interruption, and the starting screen. That video is from that Bristol night race in 2024. Had almost $70 charged from Temu and haven't ordered anything off there in years. I tried to warn you guys. Can't be trusting them. That'll be the TikTok shop in a few years. If you've ordered anything from them, just watch out. Watch out. Taking our data first, then they're gonna take our money. Someone probably just has your account info. If you recycle passwords, that's probably why. Probably had one in a data breach. No orders were placed. And maybe they just had your account info and got your card details if your card is stored on there. It's either they had your account or they had your payment information. Every time you see an in-car camera from that incident the other week, you cringe. Let me show you guys this one. It's pretty bad. See if we can find it. Sam Mayer in-car. So this is a slowed down replay of that Sam Mayer incident yesterday. Watch, the steering wheel caves in and his arm hits the steering wheel. That is ridiculous. Let's slow it down even further. This is basically frame by frame here. He has the wheel to the right, trying to save it. Hands come away from the wheel. He's about to take a huge shot here. And watch his movement here, the wheel. It's just a blur of Sam Mayer parts everywhere. It looks like his forearm may have hit the wheel. And look at the camera position shifts, the wheel shifts, the steering column collapsed in. And what an impact this was. Look here. So this is where the camera was. This is after. Before, it shifted the whole camera, plus the wheel bent. Steering column is facing the roof now. What a violent impact! I think that's in the span of one frame. Yeah, one frame. Such an insane impact. You can see that left arm really move there. Just if you see that glove, he had it tucked and it's still just the force of the impact ripped his arm away from his chest. What a massive hit there. It's not over yet. I'm not sure if the second hit's happened yet. Oh, there's the second hit. So, I mean, just a super violent replay of the in-car camera from Sam Mayer from yesterday's race. This is where we moved the wall about 8 feet. Took an hour about to repair all of that. Two hard hits there. First one was a lot worse, but still. Doodlebug says he bets there's some bruising on his arm from that. Yeah, I figured you meant the bell wreck. At a certain point, driver shall protect arms. He did tuck his arms there. It just wasn't, I think the hit was just so hard. Because right there, they're tucked. They're away from the wheel. He has it pretty good. And then the contact just rips his arms, you know, away. I don't know what, how many G's he hit the wall with, but his arm just flies up. Then he drops him back down to try to protect them. But the steering wheel itself moved. So I think his forearm may have got it there. That's what Bozzy says. It's hard to say because things get really blurry once he makes contact, but you can clearly see that left arm move out of position. Then he retucks it for a second hard hit from the left, and the right. My bad. That second hit was from the right. A violent crash. Here's the glove. So he has it tucked. And then it's like he's, what's that? Is that doing the salsa? It's like he's hitting the pose. Didn't know he was a dancer. And then after the impact, he retucks his arms for the second hit. All right, we are about to go back green. Let's shift gears back into race coverage. All right, we're 3 wide at the front. SVG's going for it here. All right, SVG backed out of it. Contact between Hill and Zilich. No, a big pileup. Austin Hill did that, by the way. That may take SVG out of the race. The rest of the field has a shot, but Zilich from the lead crashed out. Austin Hill, I think, crowded Zilich up into the outside wall, and Zilich piled in. Ty Gibbs potentially involved. Oh, yeah, Ty Gibbs definitely involved. Right front toe link may be broken. Zilich, quite a bit of damage. Hill, that left rear toe link looks to be broken. The left rear toe link on SVG's car might be broken. Let's see if we can actually get this thing going. Austin Hill, not only did he take himself out of contention, he possibly had a shot to win it straight up. He took out Zilich and SVG. My goodness. The right side tires and the toe links don't look broken on the right side. I want to see the left side. He has it. He has either the toe has been so far out that the wheel's pointed to the right, or he's manually steering it to the right because maybe a left side toe link is broken. Insane. So SVG goes 3 wide here. He backs out of it wisely. 33 just cooked it. He just cooked to the corner, and that pushed Zilich up into the outside wall, and that sent them all around. As soon as we have a replay, we'll get that pulled up for you guys, and we'll break this down. McDowell also around. We're lucky more cars didn't pile into that. Oh my goodness. I wonder how much worse that was made. So Austin Hill tried to check up there, even though he had already pushed Zilich wide. He tried to check up himself, and SVG just plowed into the back of Austin Hill. Pretty hard contact there for Ty Gibbs. What an unlucky day. An unlucky rookie season for Connor Zilich from the lead. Oh, we do have a replay here from Mr. Matthew CFB. Get this pulled up for you guys, and I'll step away for a second. Let's see if this loops. I mean, maybe if SVG doesn't get into Hill, maybe they continue. I don't know if Zilich was going to crash. I mean, he was going to get the wall, but I don't know if he was going to crash like he did until Hill got pushed through the corner. And there's nothing really SVG could do about it. He's diving in the corner, not really expecting that. But I don't think that push from SVG helped Hill out, because I think Hill backed out of it, which is why SVG hit him. What a mess. I hate it for Zilich. He needed this race really badly. And I'm not sure if this is their primary for Sonoma, but I wouldn't doubt it's at least their backup. So, Trackhouse really behind the 8-ball going into next week. SVG's car with damage and Zilich's car with damage. And they're going to the wall is not too far out of position, but they will need to straighten that back out. Involved in crash: Dennis Suarez, Ryan Blaney, Austin Hill, Riley Herbst, John Hunter Nemechek, Ty Gibbs, Michael McDowell, Connor Zilich, and SVG. Give me a moment. I'll be right back. All right, welcome back. Welcome back. Bad day for Red Bull fans everywhere. It's been a rough one. Double A says SVG crash. Things have changed for sure. I mean, 1000%. And like, it had been a close race all day, but partially because of strategy. Strategy really had the field mixed up. We had guys on fresh tires, guys on older tires. That caution for Brent Cruz has set into motion events that cannot be stopped. I mean, honestly, if Brent Cruz doesn't explode here, which I'm wondering if he missed a shift, and he's not used to this sequential. Oh no, he did just lose it. Yeah. I don't know. I mean, maybe he missed a shift earlier, but you can see him here trying to shift, and it just will not go. So yeah, that may have not been his fault. But regardless, if Brent Cruz doesn't lose the gearbox here, green flag pit stop start. Zilich possibly comes down pit road. If not, he has like a 10-second advantage over SVG. He could have stayed out probably and ran it to the end of the stage. Or at least flip the stage. And then Zilich would have been leading going into stage 3. But now, on the restart, we have this massive pileup. Joey Logano. Is that Logano that just sneaks through? Watch this car. That's Joey. My goodness, Joey. That's the Reese sweet move of the race. Joey Logano with the fast hands. Whoa. He had this car completely sideways trying to avoid this and saves it. McDowell did the same thing. He couldn't save it. Actually, he got a little help there from Logano, but Logano also had contact in the rear. and still made it through. Look at Joey move. He was almost our thumbnail. I'm just saying. I think he avoided the thumbnail curse for now. SVG was almost the thumbnail. Jimmy was, and we saw it happen to him. So I think if you were in the running, if you were considered for the thumbnail, you're in danger. Bubba's back in the game. That's right. That's right. Do I think Austin Hill can still run? I'm not sure if any toe links were broken or how the steering is. They may be able to get it back out there and make laps, but I don't believe he's going to be competitive in this state. Byron caught some contact there at the tail end. I don't know if you guys will be able to see this. Let's zoom out. You guys will just have to look really close. Watch the right side. This yellow car gets tagged there a little bit by McDowell, and I'm not sure if he also collected the right side wall. Probably not enough to really upset that car. It sucked anyways. So, honestly, it might improve it. William Byron to the lead. What a mess. Let's see if we have another replay posted. I wonder what word that he was about. I wonder what word he was going to say here. Good night. I'm going to let that loop. I need to work on my... Let's pull that down. I have to work on my notes. Over to J-Ski. I just need a couple updates from them. I need what lap the Harrison... Or not Harrison Burton. The Brent Cruz incident was on. It was lap 30. And then that caution was lap 32. I think Hill was trying to back out of it there, and that contact from SVG in the rear just finished it off. But, I mean, the blame there is definitely on Hill. He just blew the corner there. Trying to be competitive. He was in position, on the front row. Man. Prince, let me talk to you. Thank you for subscribing. I don't know if that's a reference to the LA Knight. Let me talk to you. What positions are they in now? Well, we won't have an updated running order because they didn't reach the next scoring loop. Let me see if NASCAR.com has it updated. We pull our data from NASCAR.com, so they shouldn't be ahead of us. Yeah, they're still reporting on lap 31 as well. Austin Hill still scored as the leader. So we are under red flag conditions currently while the wall repairs continue. This is when it happens. 9 hours of Naval Base. Brent Cruz blowing up set all of this into motion. Do we have any other replay angles yet? just search SVG on Twitter and see if we can get an alternate angle. We'll take a look at this. This is just an image of the damage from SVG to really diagnose how severe this is. I'd like to point out a few things. Obviously, major damage to the body. That's no secret there. He's driving straight at this point, but the right wheel is pointed towards the outside. I don't think the steering's bent that much. So my guess, and I haven't seen the left side of the car yet. I didn't see it live. I didn't see it, in these pictures. I don't think he has a toe link broken on the left. I mean, misspoke. He could have a toe link broken. We don't know. But he may be compensating for the broken toe link with the angle of his front wheels. It's just very weird to see it, the front right that far over. And usually, if this toe link was broken, the front right would be wobbling. We would see that. And occasionally it would track straight, and then suddenly it would kick out. We're not really seeing that here. So I don't know, maybe it's broken and just the forward momentum is what's keeping it pointed in the right direction. I don't know. Gonna need a diagnosis there. They might be able to get that car back out there, but it does not look good. And we don't know what kind of steering damage he may have. All right, here's a look at the other side of the car. So here, he does have the left side wheel to the left. I'm not really seeing a broken toe link back here or any sign of it. Hard to say really what happened there in terms of damage. SVG is due to get wrecked. I don't know when, but it has to happen eventually. He saw the future. Even if Hill doesn't lock up the brakes, SVG still pushes him into Zillage. Tough break. That's what Doug Ivy 2026 thinks. I'm not sure how accurate that is. I think one of the reasons SVG got into the back of Hill is because Hill was probably, trying to check up to correct for missing the corner. If he goes into the corner the right way, I don't know if SVG gets to his back bumper. Those are kind of my thoughts in that situation. SVG is out of the car. I'm not sure if he's done for the day. Left front looks pretty good. Tires still... Let's see if it wobbles here. No, I mean, it looked pretty good there. So he may not have a toe link broken at all, but the car is not in a good condition. That is for sure. All right. Several cars on pit road getting repairs here. Further back, is that Keselowski? So SVG probably gonna drop out of the chase today. This is a huge moment here for Austin Cindric and Brad Keselowski and even Ryan Preece. That cut line is going to be very close leaving here today. Bell's also going to get closer to the cut line. He's not going to fall out of the chase, but he's going to be on the bubble watch. Oh yeah, the steering is definitely a bit off on that car. I was just wondering if any of the toe links were broken completely. Is the 213.8 of SVG real? Let's look at our leaderboard. 213.8. I mean, that's the time we have reported. That's the only thing we can go off of, and that's what... And this is NASCAR's data. So unless they have something different at the track... No one else had really ran close to that. So that may also be Brad there. Getting some work done. Not sure who all is on pit road right now. But Brad needs to get back out there and try to finish as good as he can. That could close the gap up to the cut line. Priest as well. This is a huge opportunity for potentially a Kyle Larson to get up there. Busher, actually, might be one of the better cars still out there. Hocevar, fast early in the race. You know, it's definitely going to come down to a mix of strategy and whoever's running well, but what an up and down race. And Jimmy Johnson continuing his march to the front. Jimmy's going to win this race, by the way. Jimmy, all the way. Just slowly, but surely, here comes Jimmy Johnson. Cody Ware 12th. Cody Ware might win this race. We may not be done wrecking yet, so we have to watch out. Massive Ryan Blaney fan there. Hitting the... Whoa, Herbst just sideswiped Larson. On the restart. They weren't even green yet, and Herbst sideswiped Larson. Larson may send Herbst here if he can get there. Not going to be able to get there at this point. Zane Smith into second place. Hope Busher can get a win. I feel like RFK should have at least 2 wins this year. If I'm Herbst, I am clenching my butt cheeks here. They make contact again. Herbst better watch out. Herbst, I don't know if he was warming his tires or if he just wanted more room, but he sideswiped Larson before we came to the green flag. Yeah, Joey Logano, he was almost the thumbnail. It's a very good picture I have of his car. Nice red, white, and blue patriotic scheme. A lot of red, white, and blue cars up there still. Who's going to get Hosevard? He's still side by side. Maybe it will be Suarez. All right, looks like they've single filed up. Reddick up there in the top 10. Watch out for Reddick. He's no slouch. Where will win Daytona and Dega? All a part of the plan. All a part of the plan. Storm says, come on, William Byron. If he has anything for these guys at the front, now is the time to show it. He's down to 10th right now. Leaderboard update this next time by. Byron is on older tires, though, than the guys around him. So he's going to be at a bit of a disadvantage. If he can hold his track position Let's say maybe stay up above 15th. That would be a win for Byron. Even if he just stays in the top 20, that's a net neutral. So Zane Smith out front. Good for him. So Busher not really able to move through the pack. Whoa, Reddick almost blew that corner and took out Suarez. That was close. Justin, I have a hard time remembering what happened 3 days ago. Last year basically didn't happen. I wasn't there. Reddick was another guy that barely snuck through that big pileup. He followed Joey through, almost took Joey out. Byron's still in 10th here. There's only one car between him and AJ, though. AJ and Busher are both on fresh tires. Cole Custer is the only buffer that Byron has before the faster guys get to him. King says it's time. Oh, a win is around the corner? I don't know if they meant in NASCAR. Joey saving, like, he had contact from Reddick behind him, and the car was completely sideways, and he also made contact with McDowell in front of him, but he made it through that big one barely, just barely, and now he's, you know, up here running in the top 5. Not too bad. Has a half a second advantage over Hocevar behind him. Wouldn't it be such a Joey way to come back and return to winning form? Is winning this race. Chaos weekend. It's out there on the West Coast. The Penske guys, especially the Shell Pennzoil scheme, runs well on the West Coast. It's something about, I don't know, the gravitational differences. I don't know. Hamlin not having a great day. That's right. That's right. It does not look like currently that he will go back to back to back. There we go. Joey's still there. Top 5, baby. Oh, no, he's in 4th now. Joey's gotten by Corey Heim. So Joey actually gaining that position back. No, that leaderboard may actually be off. Yeah, Heim's around Logano. The leaderboard on the broadcast was off for a moment. Joey is under attack here from Hocevar. So I'm not sure how long this is going to last. And Kyle Larson to the lead with 4 to go in the stage. Riley Herbst is actually running well. Like on pace. This isn't a fluke or anything else. Maybe strategy somewhat, but he picked a weird time to actually start running well. When they had already announced his replacement, he's like, you know what? I'm actually going to finish well. And look who is still in the race. That's right. Jimmy Johnson. Top 30, baby. Hey, Cody Ware, top 30. Taking care of it. So Austin Hill not out of the race yet. They haven't ruled that car out. It's just off getting repairs currently. And honestly, if they get back out there and have one more big one, that car could gain a few more spots. Yes, Jimmy's playing the long game. Just saving his stuff for the last stage. Oh, Reddick around. Lap 37. All right, green flag stops have begun. Zane Smith down, Corey Heim down. William Byron also on pit road. Cole Custer, Denny Hamlin, Eric Jones, Josh Berry, Jimmy Johnson, Cody Ware, Tyler Reddick. Kind of lost it there. Kevin Magnuson barely avoiding Tyler Reddick. That was close. Oh, tried to get back in the gas to save it and just couldn't. We stay green. Noah Gragson around. Oh, he may have a broken toe link. And it looks like he's dropping a little bit of debris. I'm not sure if it's enough to bring out a caution. All right, what happened to Gragson here? Ooh, he got taken out maybe by Kevin Magnuson. Contact from K-Mag. Send him around. I was wondering Manoa would crash, but I thought he would do it himself, not with help from an all-time great road course racer. I wouldn't be too worried about the lap time of Reddick. Looks like half the Chiefs roster is here this weekend. Maybe a lot of ball players. You know, we had some guys from the 49ers there yesterday. Is NASCAR back? Are we back? I think Jason Kelsey wouldn't shut up about NASCAR after going. I think it was at, what, Talladega? He wouldn't shut up about it. And so now he's told all his buddies. He told his brother Travis. Travis told Patrick. The NFL is here. Yeah, Noah usually just buries it under the tire barrier. Who is this? Getting a phone call. Who's calling me on a Sunday? So Riley Herbst out there leading. Herbst on old tires. Herbst is actually pretty fast right now out of the cars that are remaining. Buescher, maybe the freshest tires up here. Buescher in 5th. Logano might pick up a couple stage points here. He needs them. He really needs them. Blaney moving quick. Looks like we might have a few Fords up there by the end of the race. Oh, I think Kevin's big, isn't he? As in, like, height? Yeah, he is in my head. I don't know if he actually is. Oh, he's only 5'8". I thought he was big. He's not big. I know Gragson's not a, like, huge guy, but he's girthy. He's chunky. So Noah has the weight advantage, but maybe K-Mag has the conditioning advantage. I don't know. Weight's pretty important in a fight. Oh, Gragson maybe a bit shorter by half an inch. So he may have a height disadvantage. Can I find their weight? Oh, this is definitely very old. Google says 160 pounds. I know that's a lie. I know that's a lie. When you race on non-ovals, older tires are not a big deal. Out of traffic, it's easier to keep tires on the right temperature. The issue is partially tires potentially cording and failing, but also when guys lose grip, they start sliding the tires, and that just creates extra heat. So you got to be extremely smooth on old tires. So Logano only getting 1 stage point there. He needed more. Todd Gilliland 2 stage points. So congrats there to Ryan Preece getting a stage win. Representing Ford. Let's see what Twitter is saying while we were under this commercial break. Nothing on the Mr. Matthew front. Let's go to home. Oh, So we have an onboard of the Gregson incident. Oh, I think I know why Gregson got turned. So this may explain it a bit, guys. This may explain it. This is from the onboard of Kevin Magnuson's car. Gregson into him multiple times. I'm not sure why Gregson was running him like that. Maybe there's more to the story there. They said, this is NASCAR. I'm going to use my fenders. And boy, does he. I don't know when, but he's going to obliterate Gregson. Here we go, here we go, here we go. Is this it? Not yet. So it looks like they were just racing really hard. We didn't really see what happened there. Interesting. See if we can just search Gregson and find out. There he is. There he is. They've been at it all race. Hoping we would see what led to that. Gregson to garage. So this was posted a long time ago, way before the incident. Oh, we've already checked in. For sure, Marco. We're really glad to have you here. And to get your perspective on how things are going. There are a lot of times you guys bring up things that either I didn't notice or that I wouldn't have thought of. And when I think about it, I'm like, they have a good point. Race has gone by quicker than you expected. I just jinxed it. Well, the biggest... Well, we're actually way behind schedule. I think Jayski said the race was supposed to last 2 hours, 56 minutes. See if I can find that. Even though we don't have a direct comparison, it's like no way they could actually know how long this race was going to take. Yeah, estimated time of race from NASCAR was 2 hours, 56 minutes. And we are closing in probably on, what, 2 hours, maybe 20 minutes since we went green. The red flag set us behind quite a bit. Yeah, we haven't had a wreckfest yet. We could still get to 7 hours if we have a few major red flags that require barrier repair. I don't think it'll be that bad. This race, honestly, might end faster than the O'Reilly race did, which was almost 5 hours. So we're making pretty good time. 75 lapper. We're 40 laps in now. Running order really shaken up here. We'll see how it plays out when we get to the restart. So Jackman for the 35 team, Damian Jackson the Jackman. That's perfect. Former Navy SEAL. That's pretty awesome. How about that? Those helmets look pretty sick. They have the GoPro mounted on the front. Looks like a battery pack on the back. And maybe a radio system on his back that I guess would hook into his helmet. Maybe it's wireless to his helmet. So much technology. Some guys opt for the full face. Other guys opt for the high cut. Used to see that a lot with the 48 team. With Chad Knaus, they would run the high cut helmets. And a lot of seamen up there. All dressed like the Pillsbury Doughboy. Only 3 cars out of the race. And Jimmy Johnson, top 25, you know. Trust the process. Trust the process. Jimmy's got this. Jimmy Johnson going to win the inaugural race at his new home track. Inaugural. I said it better the first time. Inaugural. Bang. Bang. Nailed it. Didn't even have an issue. I just had to shut off my brain. AJ, not a terrible lap time. Blaney, I think Blaney's charging pretty hard here. Priest is good. Priest had speed early in the race. So did Blaney. Zane Smith buried a bit further back. He's had pace. Austin Dillon for a while had our fastest lap, but it seems like that was a bit deceiving. The lap times have greatly picked up. All right, back to green flag racing. Reese going to get a little bump there going into the corner from, is that AJ? So Priest clear to the lead. 3 and 4 wide further back. Looks like Jimmy going to get some pretty major contact there. Josh Berry around in front of the field. I think Jimmy got some pretty big contact there in that left front wheel. Not sure who that was, but somebody popped him good. And Josh Berry, pretty major damage to the front of that race car. So sorry to anyone rooting for Josh Berry. It doesn't look like it'll be his day. I'm sure that additional damage didn't help out Jimmy at all. That was right in the left front wheel. These guys are all over each other further back in the pack. And Bowman is just getting obliterated right now. Oh, that was Reddick into Johnson. Yeah. Just nowhere to go there. Caution is out. So debris, possibly from Josh Berry. Kevin Magnuson. Up there. 15th right now. Welcome, Shake. Welcome. Good to see you, Shake. If you guys are over on Twitter, you can follow Shake Delusion. A lot of very based and Kino posts. Storm says, you got this, William. Still rooting for Byron. It would be huge if he could win for his sponsor. Really, at this point, he would just be lucky to finish well. Who's calling me? Again. Can I move the position table like here? Or... oh, down, down, down. Okay, I got you, I got you. Yeah, we can look further back. All right. Yeah. There's debris on the track. We had an issue on the restart. Josh Berry took some pretty major damage, and he probably was the one that dropped debris. We are under caution for debris again. And who knows what this is going to do? We may see a major pileup on the next restart. That's a look further back for you, Marco. Jimmy lost a few positions there during that scuffle. I don't know if that car sustained any damage on that restart, but it looked like to be a pretty hard shot from Reddick to Johnson. He had 4 Fords up there at the front. We have not seen that this year. And then Zane Smith not too far back. All right, while we're under this commercial break, I'm going to step away. I will return shortly. I have returned. Let's see what Twitter is saying. We have nothing else to do right now while we run these caution laps. It was just a breeze, so it shouldn't be too long till we go back green. Who knows what else they're looking at? Oh, hey, buddy. I need to go to IHOP at some point. IHOP's, fine, but I like Waffle House so much more. All right, no replay of Josh Berry. I'll try to find it. Nope. All right. Going back green, I wasn't able to find a replay of the Barry incident. Just an image of the aftermath. But we will resume that search in our next either lull or caution period. Buescher out to the lead here. I need to update my notes. Oh, Kevin around. Lap 46. That was lap 43 for our last caution. All right, caution for debris on lap 44. So we have all that caught up. All right, Byron's trying to move through the field. Zane Smith moving pretty well. Buescher back up front. Buescher and Blaney might be the two favorites here that are still in the race. Another contender would be Zane Smith. A lot of Fords up there. I think for Toyota, their best shot right now might be Heim. Herbst had a fast car, but he's not up there. Bowman just trying to hold on here. He's about to get run over by about 10 different cars. I wanted a good finish for him in this USO car. So both monster guys. Good pace today. Herbst and Gibbs. All right. Preece is falling off. Bowman's right behind him, also struggling. Can Bowman clear Preece, or will both of those guys hold each other up and lose about 10 to 15 spots here? Haas has raced in both tracks. We do have one Haas car still out there. Haas factory team. Running with Cole Custer. And Kevin Magnussen, he used to run for Haas. Wild that he's racing against his old team owner here in a different sport. Nemechek actually made a smart decision. He was 3 wide going to turn 2, backed out of it. Yeah, there's still a long way to go in this race. It's too early to end your day on a bad call. Byron down pit road with 28 laps to go. Not a scheduled stop, so Byron's day probably over in terms of running competitive for the win. in the Anduril 250, the Anduril car, not able to make it to the end. But maybe perfect timing. Eric Jones and Austin Dillon around. They're both going to get it refired, though. So no caution to save William Byron's day. Starting to think the Vince guy's not going to show up today. Yeah. I don't know if we'll ever see him again. There's an alternate timeline. I tweeted this the other day. There's an alternate timeline where Sheldon Creed has to come down pit road to get a red mist removed from his windshield because they had snipers on the roof. That guy could have been liquidated. All right, Larson to the inside of Buescher. All right, can Blaney hold off Larson, or does Larson have anything for Blaney? Inversely speaking. Buescher's not letting Larson go yet. Still pretty close at the front of the field. At the front of the field. This is what road courses are supposed to look like when you don't have a guy like SVG out there leading by 13 seconds. Let's see. That would be hilarious if Magnussen, if he just drove it in deep at some point late in the race and just obliterated Cole Custer. Brad Keselowski with a left front down. Maybe a broken left front toe link? Keselowski really slow on track here. He's going to make it into pit road before that tire carcass comes off. What happened here? Chase Elliott around as well. Wow. A lot happening here on lap 48. Things have really picked up. Brad Keselowski back out on track, so no major issues there. Toe link relatively fine. Gotta pay attention. It might be a bit weaker now. The 4.83 hours of Naval Base. Oh, Brad's now backing it into the garage. Maybe he wasn't okay. They threw a new tire on it, but that left front toe link may actually be broken. I thought he was about to roll back out on track. So Larson to the lead here. Can Kyle Larson finally get the monkey off his back? So Corey Heim has gotten by Buescher. Buescher has a huge gap back to Carson Hocevar. But he can just manage his stuff here for a bit. I don't think Justin was referring to you, King. Cindric got Chase. Chase able to keep it out of the wall, so he continues. What happens to Brad here? Oh! Tried to go in a hole that wasn't really there. Keselowski got Stenhouse. Stenhouse cut the corner a bit close, and that put him into the inside wall. Oh, that's not going to be good for Brad. They need to get that toe link prepared and get him back out on track. He needs every point he can get. Bubba Wallace, 13th right now. I said he could recover and make it into the top 15, and here he is. He had a fast car before the incident, and it didn't sustain a ton of damage when he lost the wheel, but next week he will be without his typical tire changer and his crew chief. That is, if the suspensions are still a thing. I don't know. So Briscoe on pit road, McDowell, Gilliland, and Magnuson. Eric Jones also on pit road. Really slow stop there for Gilliland. Really slow. He's going to lose a ton of track position here. Austin Dillon down. Keselowski still on pit road. William Byron still on pit road as well. They have issues currently. Going to go several laps down here, it looks like. Down 4, down 3. Byron's getting closer and closer to the cut line every week. He's got to watch out. Bell's really got to watch out. And SVG and Bell, those two guys are really lucky that guys like Brad are currently not having good days. And if Priest can actually finish where his car's been running in terms of pace, he's going to jump SVG. So let's say he finishes around 10th place. That's going to bump SVG out, and it's going to increase the gap to his boss, Brad Keselowski. So lots going on right now in the points battle. Where's Jimmy and Austin Dillon? Thank you for asking, Zach. Jimmy currently 24th. And who else? Austin Dillon in 30th. Now, this running order is not completely official yet. We're in the middle of a green flag pit cycle. So things will change. Good to see you again, Zach. Hey, if guys keep crashing out of the race, Johnson still has a shot. I don't think he has the car, though. I think he's been struggling with his brakes all day. But, hey, he's outlasted the favorites for the race. So he's doing pretty well. Oh my goodness. My meme I posted a few days ago is actually super accurate now. That's actually hilarious. I posted this meme. I don't know if you guys won't be able to see it. Green screen's in the way. But it's a picture. If you guys have ever seen the meme of the soldier It's on fire, and his body's catching the bullets and grenades and knives and rockets and stuff. And he's shielding this kid sleeping in bed. And I said, another SVG win. Austin Hill and the Naval Base race. So Austin Hill was the only thing standing between us and another SVG win. And it turns out I was exactly right. And not in the way I meant it. Justin says he's having the best quesadilla of all time. I was 8th currently. Now that's with the pit cycles. This will fluctuate a bit. Marco thinks Chastain has a shot at it. We'll see. Let's look at his best time. 15.4. So he's pretty similar to Bubba in terms of best pace. Actually just ran his best lap of the race. So did Bubba. But they're both still off of the lap time set by Kyle Larson. Hocevar also ran his best lap of the race. Yes, very different strategies here. That's one of the fun things about the road courses is you do get extremely differing strategies. On the ovals, about the most strategy you see is guys taking two, guys not taking tires, or just timing a green flag pit stop better than others. Bowman's fallen back quite a bit during this run. And Chase Elliott spun. I guess Bowman came down pit road that last lap by. That's the only thing that makes sense. 242. So Bowman probably on fresh tires. Maybe he'll be able to make up some of this ground here. But some stout guys in front of him. McDowell at a 215 flat. That's a really fast lap. Byron just misjudged the corner. Man, Byron looks so ticked off. His eyes were dead. I've never seen Byron this out of it. My goodness. I think he's aware that Hendrick kind of sucks compared to most years. It's definitely a down year. There are no road courses in the chase this season. So there's really no point to focus, R&D time on the road courses. Even Chase Elliott, guy with multiple road course wins, struggling today. That's rough. Josh Berry's still out there making laps. The Josh Berry win is in effect. He's going to pull it off. Dude, okay, he's running up 227. So he's like 10 seconds off the pace, but that's not horrible for how much damage that car has. I think Ty Gibbs, he's cheating. He's getting some really good cooling on that right front tire and the brakes. That happened one year to Dale Jr. at Martinsville, where the bumper fell off. after contact, and they cut it off. And he was able to get extra cooling on the tires and his brakes. And so even without a nose, he was able to run, I believe, top 5. How many wins do I think Gibbs will get by the end of his career? It's hard to say. It's really hard to predict anyone right now because NASCAR's going to get rid of this Gen 7 car at some point. It may be 2 years, it may be 3 years, it may be 5 years, but they're going to get rid of it. And once they do, Gibbs will be more of a veteran driver than he is now. A lot of the actual veterans will have retired. And the new car might suit his driving style. If we go back to an O'Reilly-style car, like an updated COT, then the field better watch out because Ty Gibbs was really good in the O'Reilly car. I think he's one of the guys that would benefit a lot from going back to that car. So let's say they do change the car, it's favorable to him, and Ty continues to improve as he has. He could maybe, have a Denny Hamlin type career. You could be looking at 40, 50 wins. It's just hard to say because he's still on the early half of his career. We don't know. He has, potentially 15 to 20 more years in the car if he wants it. I mean, if things continue as they are, we don't go to a better car, Gibbs doesn't continue to improve, then, yeah, I could see 15 to 20. But I think whatever car they go to next might suit him better than what we have currently. Yeah, Reddick. Reddick's not too bad right now. He's had trouble all day, in terms of making contact with people, but somehow that car has survived. Partially strategy. Also the amount of cautions we've had. He was able to get his laps back before anyone else went down a lap. And you can thank the length of the track for that. But also, he just already had a fast car. The Toyotas definitely have an advantage. I'm not sure how big the advantage is here on the road course, this street circuit. But he definitely looked like he had a top 5 car early in the race. And the missing wheel didn't damage it that much. So you take a car that was previously top 5 on pace, you give it its laps back, and then you throw in a few, big wrecks, guys spinning, and some strategy, and there he is. Back in it. You shouldn't have ate dinner. You did this. Yeah, Byron had an issue. Collected the inside wall. He just misjudged the corner. Had to come down pit road. They're both back out on track. So if we can get another big one, say we have one more caution. It's hard to get a caution at a road course and at a street circuit. But if we can get one more caution, then, it has to happen soon. It has to happen the next 10 laps. But if guys get taken out of the race, Brad and William Byron may be able to improve their finishing position. But if we run green until lap, let's say 70, there's nothing they can do. Because they're 8 down right now. And William Byron turned a 20-minute lap. Bro, he is flying. Flying to the rear of the field. Now William showing 7 back, so that could be an error. And now ahead of Brad. I don't know how accurate that is. But guess who isn't out of the race? That's right. Jimmy Johnson. Still in it, baby. Still in it. Byron pulled a Sam Air. Yeah, we've seen that a few times today. The only champion from the last 5 years you don't dislike is Blaney. Man, it sounds to me like you're just a hater, man. I guess you don't I guess you do dislike Logano, and you do dislike Larson. And I don't know if you're going back far enough for Chase Elliott, but you maybe dislike Chase Elliott as well. I have the opposite. I mean, I like most of our champions. And I'm, Logano's towards the end of his career, so I'm coming around to him, but those were still fraudulent championships. Don't get me wrong. Very fraudulent. People are allowed to have their opinions. There are some guys I just don't like because I don't like them. I don't have an explanation. There's not a reason. It's just I don't. And so I completely get it when people have people they dislike, even if they don't have a reason. If they do, if they don't, it doesn't matter. I get it. I get it 100%. Not every driver can be everything to every person. Corey Heim's closing in. Corey Heim might win this race. It's possibly going to come down to late race pit stops or a late race caution. But wouldn't that be insane if Corey Heim, another Toyota, but also a part-time Toyota, ended up winning the race? Josh Berry's actually running right up on Larson. Is Berry running good laps? 217 last time by. Is Kyle Larson washed? Kyle Larson can't outrun Josh Berry, who has major damage. Oh, dear. Oh, it's over. He's running a 218. Josh Berry ran a faster lap the last time by. It's never been more over. And Josh Berry is racing to get his lap back. So that's definitely, going to stay competitive there. I don't think Berry's going to let Larson go willingly. Don't really hate drivers except for Ware and Elliott. What did Chase do? I get the argument of people that say, oh, I don't like Chase because of his fans. But Chase isn't an offensive driver. If anything, he's, boring. I would say he's one of the more inoffensive drivers. And I can even get hating, just because he is the most popular driver year after year. But still, I mean, he's hardly even there. Even when he's getting interviewed, he's hardly present. People say guys like Byron have no personality, but then you have Chase Elliott, who actually looks dead inside. It's exactly what we just brought up. I don't have a driver, Marco. Jeff Gordon was my driver. I root for a lot of these guys for different reasons. If somebody's been struggling recently, and they need a good day, I pull for him. Even Joey, who is potentially or was potentially my least favorite driver, I'm now like coming around on because he's getting older. He shaved the head, and he just needs a good run. Only one I'm not really happy to see to win is Denny. I respect the skill this late in his career. I do. But seriously, it just bums me out to finish a 4-hour race and it's like, here comes Denny Hamlin. And you can see it coming from a mile away. Whoever's been leading the most laps starts falling off, and Denny's just been working his way through the running order. And you're just like, oh, well, it's over. And you know it. For the last 30 minutes of the race, Denny Hamlin, without a caution or without a major incident, is going to win the race. And Denny's not completely out of it here. He's not running, you know, great lap times in comparison. But Heim is running a second faster per lap than Larson. Faster than both of them. 2:17, a second faster per lap. Hocevar might get there by the time Larson gets past. I don't know. If Larson holds up Heim long enough, Hocevar might impact this conversation. They're coming down this time. Does Hocevar follow? Is he going to stay out and run one more lap? Hocevar, I guess, is going to stay out. I don't know if I really like this call. These guys are going to exit and probably start running 2:15s. Meanwhile, he's going to be running around a 2:17 to a 2:18 and a half. So he's probably going to lose time here on this. But if we get a late race caution, he would have fresher tires. And he will have fresher tires at the end. I just don't know if it's worth giving up this much track position. Hurricane warning, that's right. Busher was the fastest so far overall, like fastest lap. Joey is everyone's driver. But Joey has a lot of haters. He does. I think some people do just because, like, his championships were not very convincing. Like, without the playoffs, I think he maybe still has one. But otherwise, his last two, he would not have won. So Busher on 8-lap tires here. Busher and Zane Smith. So they already have pretty aged tires. What do you do here? Do you run long on tires that are already 8 laps into the run? Or do you go ahead and pit and try to... Stenhouse just parking it off track. Oh, ton of oil. We could have a caution here. We might get a caution here. I know the track officials are probably trying to trace that oil back across the track and see if there's any on track. That Heim is all over Larson. This is rough. Larson may need to let him go and just follow for a bit. Yeah, Reddick coming down, Hocevar down, Wallace down. Caution is out. So Kyle Larson probably going to cycle back to the lead. Maybe. I mean, since these guys are already on pit road, they may hold the lead. Hocevar may keep the lead here. If he can get out. I don't know. Does Larson cycle past? The caution's already out, but Larson went ahead and accelerated past Hocevar. So what is the precedent here? Caution falls. That should freeze the field, I would assume. So Stenhouse wide on the downhill section, heading into turn 2. Think Heim should have stayed out and taken advantage of the new tires. He ran down Larson. If you could have done it once again. Heim was a second faster on older tires there than Larson, and that was running behind Larson. So if he had clean track, yeah, he might gap the field. But this is going to shake things up tremendously. Then you have guys like Buescher and Zane Smith who have yet to pit. And they probably have about 10 laps on their tires. So you can stay out and try to run track position, but you're going to be on really old tires by the end of this thing. If you bite the bullet and pit here, you're going to lose a ton of track position. So I think running long kind of bit him on the backside here. I think my dog was barking at the garage person. Bubba hit pit road right before that caution fell. Yeah, Larson was trying to get back around before Hocevar got off of pit road, but the caution had already fell. I believe that should freeze the field. And literally that's, I wouldn't say it's pure luck, but it's due to where Carson Hocevar had pit. If he had an earlier pit box, someone else would have taken the lead on pit road. And so who would it have been? Maybe Wallace could have been our leader. I mean, it's hard to say. But Hocevar had a pretty deep pit box, so he maintained the lead. Was it oil or water? It looked like water. He smacked them all. Might have blew a radiator hose or cracked the radiator. It was pretty dark, whatever it was. You know, maybe that was just the asphalt turning dark because of the water. You know, it gets wet. That happens. I'm not there to taste it. You know, I can't, like, rub my finger across the track and, like, oh, that's water. Or, that is definitely petroleum. Refined. June 2024. This is really going to shake up the running order, depending on who is pit and who hasn't. Right now, Jimmy Johnson outrunning Chase Elliott. The guy Jimmy passed the torch to. Potentially passed the torch to the wrong person. Because Jimmy has a fastest lap than Chase Elliott. That 9 team just doesn't have the sauce today. Brad lost a few more laps. Unfortunate. And we're at the point in the race where even if someone crashes out of the race, Brad won't be able to make up any ground. Yeah, I think Joey, the reason why I always wasn't a full-on hater for Joey is because I've heard such good things about him in terms of the fan engagement. Like, if there's a line of fans at the fence, he will stop and sign everyone that wants their, that wants an autograph. And I've heard stories about, like, after the race is over, Joey was, heading to his motorhome, and getting stopped by a mob of fans, and he takes time to talk to every single person. And another guy, you know, that I didn't really like very much, but I do now, is Brad Keselowski, because of the whole 2014 Texas incident with Jeff Gordon. But I also heard similar things about Brad. He takes time with the fans to talk to every fan and to, you know, sign something for them, get a photo with them. And that's really neat. That's something that's really cool. And I believe Joey won the Fan Engagement Award last year. So Joey is a really good ambassador for the sport. And bald men everywhere. Oh, Marco's a Bubba fan. Bubba has pace. Given the right set of circumstances, we could see him up here in the top 5. I'm just not sure where everything's going to shake out here. I think Buescher and Zane Smith still need to pit, maybe a few more. Possibly Denny Hamlin as well. All right, welcome back. Welcome back. Hey, buddy. Christian said Johnny Sarto's like that. He's amazing with the fans. After their big race, which mostly everyone picked up and left, Johnny was there for like 2.5 hours after races ended, still at the track. That's really neat. Rusty says if Hamlin wins, he's going to be so mad. Well, Hamlin has to pit here. If he doesn't, he's in trouble. He's already on 24 laps. I think he's at his fuel window already. Yeah, Hamlin's on pit road. Buescher's going to have to come from way behind. They're going to lose a ton of track position here. Blaney coming down as well for fresh tires. So Blaney wants to go on the offense here. Zane Smith as well. So there are a lot of good cars coming down pit road right now. I don't know if anyone's going to run down Corey Heim, though. And, not Heim, but Hocevar could still obliterate the front half of the field. So just watch out. Watch out for that. Hurricane warning is in full effect. The tides are high. But I'm holding on. Stenhouse off here, so Brad and Byron may both be able to get by Stenhouse. So that could be one more position, one more point. Could be the point that gets Brad in the chase. Brad can't lose many more laps if he wants to get there. 13 to go. Luckily, Stenhouse is already 3 laps down. Lucky for Brad. Front row has been fast except for the fort. Yeah, sadly. Gregson couldn't keep up. think on this restart, you want to start last and let everyone clean the track off or clean each other out. Yeah, you know, business does pick up towards the end of these races. The restarts have been very clean for the most part. For the most part. And we had an incident with Josh Berry. There's been beating and banging every restart, but not to the level of the truck race, not to the level of the O'Reilly race. They were insane. 4 and 5 wide, 3 rows deep. Where's my dog? No chair thoughts. Austin Hill. Yeah, Austin Hill moment. It's his time to shine. Austin Hill rolls back out on track just to obliterate the field one last time. He's out of the race, so it can't be Austin Hill exactly. But the spirit of Austin Hill could possess Carson Hocevar and stack up the field. You know, I don't think they'll ever have a NASCAR race on an Army base because they're all depressing to look at. And in the middle of nowhere, usually. Hocevar and Hill could be great teammates. Think about it. Just think about it. They would call it Al-Qaeda Motorsports. Are you the only one here watching the race just on lap times? I have the race itself pulled up, but many times I forget to watch the race because I am just looking at the lap times. Look at this. I didn't see Buescher had run a 2:13 at some point. I think he's the only one other than SVG to run a 2:13. Yeah. So Buescher's fast, but he does not have track position. Alex Bowman's already on 10-lap old tires. Bowman's going to try to run this to the end. I don't really like the call. Johnson top 15 right now. Johnson's going to lose a spot there. Johnson has not been good on the restarts all weekend. Yeah, Hill's probably not. I'm thinking the Gregson rumors might be true, or it could be Barry. All right, Hocevar to the lead, but Reddick's there. Please not Reddick. Please. Please not Reddick. Reddick suddenly has speed. Reddick to second place. Are we really going to get a Toyota winner? After all this that has happened, with how irrelevant the Toyotas looked at some parts of the race, here they are. Oh my goodness, it's just Toyotas up there. And all the fast forwards are buried deep in the field. Bubba looking to the inside of Larson. All right, Hocevar about to lose the lead here. Reddick pressuring. All right, Reddick to the lead. Hocevar, please. Do the thing. Do the thing, Hocevar. Whoa! Hocevar around. And we're going to stack it up. Chastain. Dale Earnhardt called Chastain Hocevar's teammate. And Josh Berry's still alive. Jimmy Johnson's still in it. So right now, the top 3 all Toyotas. Kind of disgusting. Hocevar didn't do the thing. He got the thing done to him. No yellow. We stay green. It looked like it was going to be worse for a moment, but only Chastain got involved. I think he only got involved because he got help from behind. Whoever was behind him. Herbst almost obliterated the inside wall there. Fast hands for Herbst. Buescher moving up. He doesn't really have like a crazy amount of time here. Buescher and Zane Smith, they have to work together here if they want a chance to make it back towards the front of the pack. They will have fresher tires, but I don't know if they're as strong as these Toyotas right now. Oh, Johnson around. But he's still in it, though. How many career top 5s does Herbst have? Probably, yeah, 1. I would doubt it. 1, maybe 2. He's had a better year this year. He's turned it up on speed since the announcement that he wasn't returning to 2311. Don't know what happened before, but Heim isn't a Hocevar fan. Apparently, he didn't hesitate to move him. It would be insanity if Bubba Wallace won this after losing a whole wheel earlier. Reddick, fastest lap of the race. Not looking good for the field. Heim was looking good on older tires. So maybe Heim can have something for him here in a few laps. That was also Heim's best lap, and it's still a 10th off of what Reddick did that last lap. All right, Larson and Bubba Wallace duking it out. Did either Wallace have a mistake? Oh, Larson had a huge mistake on corner entry. That's going to cost him a couple laps there. Missed the corner there. Yeah. Oh, I need to catch up on my notes. We're nearing the end of the race. So make sure I didn't miss anything. Lap 61 was their last caution. They say oil on track from Stenhouse. And then 65. All right, so I'm caught up on my notes for now. Let's pull up the overlay for our post-race show. So for those of you that are new here, after the race, we will be going live with our post-race show. So hope to see you guys over there. Little preview here. I'm going to leak the script. This is what we're going to be looking at in just a moment. Make this a wee bit larger. That works. Insta or YouTube? YouTube might be possible. I know they added a messaging feature. We also have a Discord if you use Discord. If not, I'm also on Twitter. I do not have an Instagram for the channel. I hardly use Instagram personally. But we are on Twitter at AZtronics YT. Yeah, if you're able to message me on here, that works as well. We need a caution in about 4 laps, then let Reddick pull in Austin Hill and take the Toyotas with him. All a part of the plan. I think we're done here. We're cooked. We just have to watch the lap times. That's all we can do right now. We're kind of holding on here. All right. A lot of people say Astronics. People that I have known for years. People I personally know. I've also gotten AZT-tronics. Same thing. And then AZtronics. If you say it to your remote or your phone, like I just said it, it will find it. There's this guy on Twitter who's from Arizona, and he followed me just because of my name. Oh, a fellow person from Arizona. How about that? But that's not the actual meaning behind the name. So Brad has lost another 2 laps. It says he's running, but At this rate, Brad's not going to pass Ricky. I'm starting to wonder if the transponder is shut off on Brad's car. He's still losing laps. But his lap times aren't that bad. Stenhouse isn't ruled out for the day, so maybe they plan to get it back out there. Or they just haven't reported him out of the race yet. So just looking at the lap times here, Heim was a little faster at last lap, and he's actually closed in a bit this lap. Larson, after that mistake, not really able to get back by Wallace. 2.5 gap back to Herbst. That's no threat back there. Herbst and Zane Smith have not closed the gap, even on the fresher tires. Could we get a late race caution to turn this around? These guys are still running their best laps of the race. So I would be a bit worried if I was the field, even on fresh tires. If my best lap is still a 2:14, it's not going to cut it, getting fresh tires and losing track position. I think our only hope here is for Corey Heim to win it. And, you know, he's a Toyota guy, but he's been patient. He's waited his time. He's known for over a year that he was going to drive for 2311 next year, but he wasn't allowed to say anything. He stayed patient. He trusted the process. And wouldn't it be such a great way to reward his faith and his discretion with a win here at the Naval Base? All right, Allmendinger making a pass on Herbst here. That's to move AJ into the top 5. Larson's going to have to press the issue here, or AJ might run down Kyle. Maybe. We still have almost 20 miles to go in the race. And at Bristol, that would be 40 laps. We need Larson to make this pass, right? And Allmendinger to also get by Wallace. The caution to fall. And we have Larson and Allmendinger just dive bomb. 2 a.m. there in Tuscany. Tomorrow's a working day. Yep. Good luck, Marco. Good luck. This race was predicted to last 2 hours and 56 minutes, and we have gone quite a ways over that. But yet, this race has gone by faster than yesterday's 60-lap race. So this one's 15 laps longer, but it's going to conclude potentially 30 minutes sooner. All right, Larson looking to the inside here. Not there, though. Oh, he's going to get a good exit, though. So Larson, good exit out of the corner. They're going to be side by side going into this next left-hander. So Larson with the position. So the next guy Wallace has to look out for, potentially AJ Allmendinger. What a recovery it would be. Bubba needs some good momentum. Corey Heim still closing in. How much is Reddick saving, if anything? Priest is in the chase by 1 point. He just needs to gain one more spot. And he can't lose a spot to Denny. It's about 3 seconds back and also 3 seconds forward. Either way he wants to go. Reddick not saving at all. I mean, we can say that, but I guarantee if Reddick was in second place right now, he would be driving the car harder. And it may just be like a fraction of a percentage, but he would be. You always see guys, even if they're 2 seconds back on an oval, on a road course, whatever, if they can see the leader, they will somehow find that little extra bit of speed on the last couple laps. Brad, another left front down through the chicane. He's going to have to make it all the way back around the track. If he can get back. It's not too far Keselowski has to go. Only a couple more corners. So Keselowski probably going to make it back to pit road. That was close. That could have been our caution, but it looks like we're going to stay green here. At least in the short term. Reddick stretched that lead out a little more there. It had closed in. I think Reddick's just managing his stuff here yet. No need to push it. He can give up a couple tenths on corner entry as long as he gets a better exit. Again, we still have a little less than 12 miles to go now. A lot could change, but it seems like Heim's falling off somewhat. You know, Reddick's full-time, multiple wins this season, has the points lead. How badly does Heim want this? That's going to close Heim in, but Heim did not get the best exit off the corner, really sliding those rear tires. Reddick to the inside. He's looking. Reddick with a slight advantage now, but we're going to a right-hander. Corey Heim with the advantage. Corey Heim to the lead, but Reddick's going to dive it back down to the inside. Crossover. And that's going to move Corey Heim up the track into the marbles. Reddick hit the inside wall. Absolute cinema. Now, Heim's not completely safe yet. Reddick is still rolling. Heim didn't really have to force the issue there, but Reddick is not letting him go. Apparently that contact wasn't bad enough. Reddick may not be done. It looks like Reddick had quite a bit of damage there, but Reddick just playing nice there. He may regret that, though. He could have robbed Heim of the win, sure, with how he ran in there, ran Heim up the track. But Heim still had another shot at it. You know, it's not like the race was over. It's not like it was the last lap. Reddick may come to regret playing nice there. We'll see. It's one thing to be fast enough to lead. It's another to be fast enough to pass the guy ahead of you. Heim now has our fastest lap of the race, a 13.2. Compared to Reddick's 2:13.3. Reddick, that tolling may have finally given. Left front flat. So Reddick's day is over. This is going to be huge for Denny Hamlin in terms of the points. That carcass might come off on track. Could this potentially cost Heim the win? They have to get back around to the start-finish line. And Bubba's now looking. He knows blood is in the water. This could be for a position on the restart. So Bubba back by Larson. So move Bubba Wallace to second place. Larson in third. All right, as long as Heim can make it back around to the start-finish line, this race is almost as good as official. Through the chicane. Doesn't have to make it far. He's almost there. Corey Heim. 1 lap to go. Brought to you by Credit One Bank. Man, what a turn of events. Corey Heim running part-time, minimal starts in this Gen 7 car, proving, at least to me, that he should have been in this car all along. It's been announced he will be driving full-time for 2311 next year, and he is showing why 2311 signed him a year ahead of time. They were so confident in him. And that confidence and that faith from Corey Heim is being rewarded here. Now, who's to say that these guys would have competed with SVG? But that's irrelevant now. They held on. They kept it clean. In a day where much of the field has been involved in some kind of accident, Corey Heim, a part-timer here, able to get it done. Now we just need to wait and see if this diecast will get produced. 2311 has a lot of trouble getting diecast produced, but it seems like the car has O'Reilly on it, Mobil 1. This diecast will probably make production if I had to guess. Heim's winning at least 2 races next year, making the chase. I think Heim might have the rookie year that a lot of people, including myself, thought Zilich could have. Now, today might have been Zilich's day, but we saw how his day ended. Corey Heim is going to take home the win in the Anduril 250, the inaugural race at the Naval Base here in San Diego. How about that? A good finish for Bubba. Really good points day for him. 42 points for Larson. And Reddick doesn't get the win bonus. No one gets the win bonus because Heim isn't running for points. Allmendinger, good points day. These points are going to be shaken up quite a bit. Where did Priest shake out? 11th. That's going to move SVG out of the playoffs, I believe. Pretty solidly. Chastain, what a great recovery. They were running so poorly early in the day. Chase Elliott, 12th. Even Denny Hamlin, after the horrible day he had, 14th, just holding on to it throughout the day. Good for him. Cody Ware, 23rd. Austin Dillon recovering from his spin, 24th. Alex Bowman, down here driving a tractor, finishing behind a guy who blew a tire. Kevin Magnussen. Magnussen. K-Mag. 27th, not great. Barely getting by Jimmy Johnson, 28th. And looks like Ricky Stenhouse will stay one lap ahead of Brad Keselowski. Looks like that cut tire was all it took. William Byron, not a great day. Josh Berry staying out with a ton of damage. Good for him. Able to finish and not finishing the race. Noah, Austin Hill, Zilich, Gisbergen, and Bell. And Ricky wasn't even out on track. They ruled him out of the race now after the race ended. How about that? Michael Andretti qualified 3.5 seconds faster than today's IndyCar pole. Spec cars, yeah. Dallara, they're good at making spec cars. That's what they do. Yeah, bring back the custom chassis. Well, guys, we're going to close things out here. I'm going to switch over to the post-race show. So we're going to end this stream if it doesn't automatically transfer you over. You're welcome to join us over there on the post-race, and you'll have the opportunity to comment, and we'll read your comment on stream. Or towards the end, after we do our race recap, you're welcome to call in if you would like. But until next time, hope you guys have a good one, and I hope to see you guys over on the post-race.